he would impose, would it say anything slower, so like 15 miles an hour? Or I think it has to be higher, maybe higher. And it will also force the players to practice with the you wouldn't want the break. Which is right. Under right, players will try to break harder. Well, they used to do that 3-point rule where they would, that was very annoying. Yes, that was very annoying. Because sometimes guys would break hard, but the referee didn't rack them that good, right? And they made a ball, and then the opponent gets to shoot. Like, that's crazy. Like, shit. Zero control. That way, it's no skill. I just didn't anybody explain to me that particular break. Like, and you did it down, and you knew that the cloth was a little more because it's a euro cloth. So you're like, okay, because of that, I'm gonna have to hit here, and it'll go inside. And you smashed it, and it went right in the sideline. Oh shit! Like, it's not. It's not risky. You're like gambling. You actually work out too. Well, that's the thing. Everybody on the tour is figuring out the break up these marathon gambling sessions. They stream online. And I've got a great buddy of mine, Tommy, from Connecticut. Shout out to my boy Tommy. And, you know, we fucking texting each other. It's like that's the part of the game that is opening with that because at the time, gambling was thought to be that's not the case anymore. Sure, because you're bringing in change. If you're gambling $100,000, where'd you get it? You know? Bob the drug dealer came over. You know, he wants in. He might win and get 40%. But it's different. Yeah. Hours that we make. There's only a couple that we did. Twice with Shay. There's also, if you want, like I mentioned, we did once with Shay. That I told you, a small people. It's basically just Shabbat managers 56. But in the case of like high level gambling, there's a lot of shady pushers. Anybody has for like giant spots or anything like that, like things are over and tournament player really well, you got too good. Yeah, like I played you when you were here like 2 years ago, and I definitely play better now than I played 2 years ago. You play way better. You play better. We're playing 10, which is crazy. You're banking out, making shots. I was like, I know playing a lot better than I did. Which is hard to believe. Because you're the best player in the world, you're getting better. That's one of the coolest things to me about any game or any sport, anything, is that, and especially today, because much data that's available, like say if you're a young player, you can watch pool with your iPad until 3 o'clock in the morning. You watch matches and you learn how to play things, you learn like why did you do it that way? You're like, oh, and you rewind it, you go, oh, that was available. It's like today, or it doesn't seem like it's not like you're running a mile or,
Kids, please and thank you.
yeah, for sure.
I'm a big fan of you. Let's make it clap. I'll put Fortnite while you can sit there. Cool, dog.
Archery's like that. Archery, golf, yeah.
Aw, no one cares about you. No. You don't. Time. This more goes like 3 to 4 years. Help me.
Did you ever get one of those things that I was talking about? Your head in a harness and you like pull on the door and you sit on your door and you can like hang by it a little bit. Those are nice. Yeah, that was inversion. Yeah. Everybody should be doing that. Everybody should be decompressing because you get to a certain age and everybody's back. It's just like comparing. This week, your whole life, and your back just gets smushed, and your posture starts to suck, and then you start to get these weird pains and decompress. I haven't really paid attention to much stretching as much as I did before this year.
Your young Mills. Let's see what you got going, Don.
Shut up. 25 years old. I was 16, 18. I was ready to play 4 or 5 years. You know, and I never really had any issues. 2022, no practice today. Always
8 hours.
with some type of thing. I don't want to go practice the next day. Thing, man. Just sort of especially if you do it first thing, you force yourself to do it first thing in the morning. It is the way to go. It sucks every day. There's nothing. It's terrible for sure. You know, it's like
And it was ever one. Hell of content.
It's named after him for some reason. Famous billiards player, like the turn of the century, and the turn of the other one, like the early 1900s.
Free promotion.
Drive a car.
So you never asked an entire one person to know.
Wouldn't drive a car because it would mess up his pool game.
I got one person.
Yeah, some players are super
Free
superstitious. the stuff, you know. Cars back then though didn't have power steering.
That's
So you have to think it's probably built to steer them. See if you find a photo
I don't know,
Rabbbi.
but I mean, it'd be
Yeah,
a
the
new motor.
weirdest sidearm
Maybe.
too. Yeah, totally
Exactly.
sidearm.
Well,
It's like
with some
guys
of it,
don't play when they're firing correctly.
Yeah,
That's exactly what
oh,
it's
right,
yeah.
no, fancy right now.
Yeah, look at him.
Who's Dexter Morgan?
That crazy sidearm? Like, that's nuts. Just like
Giant tenderized nonstop.
yeah, just like
Yeah, we just get him. He was like the most engaging. Sure. Shout out to Ace. Ace, Emily CC hosts the record.
Stance, stroke,
Everything.
practice, so wouldn't really matter. You know, you can play by the wall, pull up matters is how much does not time you spend. The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets. Saturdays just got way more fun. College ball is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. From live betting during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more. DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need in the action, from kickoff to final whistle, or making moves mid-game as the momentum shifts. Saturdays are yours to own with DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's something special for first-timers. New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, you call 877-8-OPEN-WIRE. Text OPEN-WIRE 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-79-77. Visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. Casino and Resort in Kansas. Over age and eligibility vary jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus expires 7 days after issue. For additional terms and responsibilities. Gaming resources. CKNG.audio. Like Shane. When Shane delivered, he's arguably the greatest of all time. Is in the conversation with the greatest of all time. 5-time U.S. Open. He stops at the cue ball. Instead of following through, like letting the cue ball like slide through, he stops at the cue ball. He's very same as Filipinos. You know, Filipino players, they have unique style of play. They're super fluid. They're like dancing. But nobody plays like that. Nobody else plays like that. Yeah, it's interesting. It's again, as long as it's repeatable. It's like there's a lot of things like that. If it's repeatable. You can do it over and over and over again. There are no rules. No, I mean, are written in the book. But how did you say that, like, Shane Van Gundy was doing it wrong? Exactly. It makes sense. I mean, he's probably won more tournaments than anybody ever, right? Who's won the most tournaments of all time? I mean, that's a good question. We were just talking about it this morning. I think Shane. He might be Shane. Yeah, the greatest of all time right now. Yeah. I mean, that's what Jeremy Jones is. It's his pick. It's what's crazy with him too is the death aspect. He shuts his hearing aids off when he plays. That must be amazing. That should be illegal. I know. That dude was born deaf. That's fucked up. It is. But it's that's the advantage he gets. He can shut them bitches off. Yeah, I guess. Come on, man. You can't check and see if he has it on. Shane. You think we're not checking? We are checking. Are you checking? Of course. He say things. Tiger has it all the time. How do you know when he has it on? Because just before he's mad, he goes to his phone and puts it all the way down. Oh. So his phone is Bluetooth. So his hearing aid is Bluetooth. Oh, yeah, they can control my phone. Oh, that seems dirty. Because you're not allowed to wear, like, noise-canceling earbuds. No, you're not. Earl always wants that. Yeah. They're not allowed. Yeah, I remember when Earl used to wear, like, gun sight glasses. He He used to wear glasses like the kind you wear at the range. Yeah. And then he was wearing headphones for a while. So they went on to like a pilot. Yeah. Like complete noise canceling headphones. And then he's got weights that he wears around his waist sometimes.
Oh.
He was definitely a character. He puts weights on his elbow. He puts tape around his fingertips. And then he makes his cube as fat as my forearm.
Yo, shout out to Young Money.
What kind of tape he's using on it. Yeah, he runs 5 miles every day. Hundreds of squats. Oh, yeah, he's fit. Well, I mean, he doesn't look very fit, but he works out every day. Or does something. Is he the oldest guy that's still super competitive? Like, how old is Rothschild? Rothschild's still pretty competitive now. Earl is. So I think Rothschild is actually
Yeah.
Are these guys embracing like a healthier lifestyle? Because one of the things about pool too, especially the gambling, connected to a lot of partying, a lot of amphetamines, cocaine, and then just changing it. It used to be just a game played at the. I think now in the U.S. Everybody's taking the European approach. Don't become more disciplined and integrated in sport. Right. Especially with the younger generation, they see who is more successful than the world. And if you look at top 10, every one of us try our best at everything when it comes to food. How we practice, how we get the sport. I think it's definitely changing. And that's why well, it's only because they deserve everything. And then, of course, the players. But without the promotions, like putting these with all of these social media sites, who really is something like they had the Hustler in the 1960s. And then they had Color Money in the 1980s. Netflix made a documentary about, I think it's about their favorite business. Yeah, I think 2 or 3 of them. Oh, that's good. That'll help. Yeah. That'll help. Most of it is about boxing. It's not a company, but most big markets. Well, they do fishing, I think. Yeah, really? Like fishing tournaments? Fisherman? It's like bass tournaments or something? I know big fishing. I know Shane's a big fisherman, right? He goes like trout fishing. That's South Dakota mentality. It's not that bad. I saw it. It's actually kind of fun. I did it a couple years ago or something. It's pretty cool. When you're standing on ice, so you're kind of freaked out. You're standing on ice, and then you use a drill to drill through the ice, and then you know exactly how much is separating you from drowning. So you only need a few inches. What I was doing, it was about 7-8 inches of ice. Like a tent around. Yeah, most of the times too. Put some kind of a tent around them, and then drill. They go right into the ground, have like a little net where you scoop out new ice that forms, and just drop your line. It's exciting. It's exciting when you catch one. I did fish a couple times in my life. The problem when you can play with it's really good pools and it's fun. Like really good say the pool is like an art form that only the people that practice it can appreciate it. Watch someone who plays really good. That's beautiful. Went to an average person like, oh, I just made a bunch of easy shots. Like, you can't really see. Yeah, positional play. At least with if you're explaining jiu-jitsu to someone, at least people kind of gonna break his arm. Like, oh, he's choking him. Oh, when you play, but when you don't understand how difficult that 3 round was, like, oh my god, that was amazing. Or what they say, as a jail. Just had to have a shot. Just people they don't get it. I don't get it. They never will. It's just like to understand how hard it is. And the cat person doesn't understand, unfortunately. So what we need is more people play. If more people play, then more people would watch people play. I think more people start playing. I think we're going to do something like that for people. That might be the thing. You know those top golf guys? You know what Top Golf is? Yeah. So Top Golf, where they have this thing where you just whack the balls out into the set something like that up for pool, where they have some sort of this where you go in and play pool, and it's more attractive to young people. I don't know exactly what their model is because it's still going to be pool. I don't think it's going to be a bunch of people just breaking the balls, because that's what they're doing when they're doing Top Golf. They're just driving the ball, right? I don't know exactly what their idea is, but the same guys, they were realized like, well, a lot of people play pool, a lot of people play pool in bars, and it's fun to do on date nights. Yeah, or somewhere. I see the stage, they put like a projector above the table, it gives you like all kinds of different games. Directions while you're playing. It's being backed by investors, including U.S.-based venture capital firm Sharp Alpha Advisors and Daily Mail Investment. G Ventures uses pool tables, balls, and cues from the traditional game with ads, tracking technology, video projections to add bonus targets and obstacles. Alongside its own venues and those operated by franchise partners, it's called Pool House. Pool House plans to sell its equipment to pubs, bars, and other venues that want to update their existing pool tables. Yeah, so it says Steve, I don't know how to say his name, Jalefi said, more people play at Top Golf than on traditional golf courses in the U.S., and we aim to make an even greater impact on the world of pool. We have a strong track record. This project has been our most challenging endeavor yet. But that's exciting. Maybe that'll do it. Just went off. You got where you can see how far people can whack the ball. You got a net at the end of it. Yeah, a lot of people are going to do that. Pool is like ranked once. It was fun. Not good at it. Yeah. But like, Danny over here, that dude's out in the garage every day. Every time I come here, he's out there. There's a lot of technique just to the drive. It's very similar, probably to a breaking, something like that. Really remarkable. That might be it. It has to be some type of interaction. I think it'll be kind of boring. Yeah. The other thing that might make it really big is like if the Saudis get involved. This tournament's for $3 million. Well, the world championship is the biggest. what's the first place? 250. 25 million. Yeah, for sure. But you guys have so much money. They can spend 25 million bucks at Billy Bush. They probably spend more than that on production. I don't know. They throw so much in boxing. It's cops for sure. That's where Matchroom is. Because it's like really, because their money isn't public. They don't have to disclose how much money they make. They're just like, you know, laugh like, oh, silly Elon thinks he's number one. You know, what's paltry $400 billion? Yeah, he's basically a pauper to those people. So like they throw an insane amount of money in boxing. I think it hasn't been confirmed, so I need to know whether this is true or not. But I think Usyk made more than $100 million in his last defense against Daniel Dubois. Made somewhere around 70. I think they said Usyk made like 130 something, which is crazy. $130 million for a fight. Bananas. What do you think of pulled off that round? Just one match. If it's big money like that, so you have to choose. I will hell for $100 million. I was shooting on that one, dude. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, let us straight. Yeah, that was crazy. What was that like? It was a crazy match against Gotcha. Yeah, that was cheap pitchers finals. He's scratched. Shaking like a leaf. I mean, that's the biggest start we've ever had. Right. Biggest start I've ever had. You know, we only have so that those kind of money. And it's definitely the highlight of my career. So making that tough 8 ball. I mean, it wasn't tough, but the positional play was tough. I had to go up and down on the keyboard. So I was straight up no pressure. That's a good one for me to watch. Like, what is this all about? Watch that one. Watch that one and know that they're playing for $250,000. Yeah. Second place, they paid $100, so what is that? $150,000 difference. That's a lot. It is a lot for one night. That's the beautiful thing about night ball. You can want everything and then chunk that night. It's such a large to be able to build that so roll this way, that way. They have their own big flags. You can see the flags the right side of the ball, wrong side of the ball. I was listening to John Schmidt do commentary once. He was saying how crazy it is if you really think about it. Every other sport that involves the ball is something's hitting the ball. It's like you have a bat hitting the ball, or no other sport has a ball hitting the ball. And then trying to be like really accurate over distance. And then making that ball move around for the next point. One of them is driven on his shoulders by a storm. Jews were banned from the island after a rebellion. And in fact, the state is supported because there's no other evidence. I think when you get a guy who's really good, who plays, you know, I think it's really difficult when it comes to like how difficult is it to execute the shot because the balls are smaller, the cues are thinner, the pockets are tighter. Yeah, they work bigger too. If you watch Ron Sullivan play, that's boring. Of course, you have players. Yeah, Brody, you can never say that's boring. Yeah, but I think the game itself is just too much it's nothing shots here and there. Yeah, but it's because it's so hard, because it's so big. It's a 12-foot fucking table, which is crazy. And the pockets are tiny, and the balls are tiny. It's a really hard game. But when you got much guy like Ronnie, he doesn't miss. So there's only 4 or 5 countries that really play that game, but it's a lot bigger than pool. Pool is a lot more international. If you look at the majors that Bedroom have, look at the last 64 bucks, the last 32, you will have 20 different countries represented.
So that's interesting that snooker's bigger. Like, how much do they make? What's like I know they were making like gigantic money in the UK. Is that still happening, or has it died down a little?
Well, most of the majority of tournaments are in the UK, I think. There's a lot of them happening now in China as well. But I think really Scotland, Ireland, Wales. UK. That's about it. A few European players. And they make, winning the tournament is nice, but I don't have to win it. I can just win round one.
But is that part of the thing of having to kind of like golf out? Because I doubt that people that play golf are dumping on purpose.
Yeah, they don't have to.
Yeah, they don't have to. But when the difference between like winning and losing is so huge, and then you can gamble on it, and then you have friends, you tell your friends like, listen, bet on him, and I'm gonna make sure I lose. So I think it's too easy to make money that way.
Yeah, but also I'm pretty sure they're always investigating. Every big bet is investigated, I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure. But you don't have to do big bets. And you get some offshore casinos. You can always find it online. Use a VPN. But gambling for VPN.
But yeah, it's the problem.
Shady businesses, man. Good part of it too. These places are kind of shady. Like they're like the water crowd. A lot of Android phones. Yeah, it's a lot of outcasts. It's a lot of people that spend a giant chunk into it, and you're playing it 8 hours a day. Yeah, you have to. Yeah,
It's like good at it.
it's the only way. Yeah, and it makes a giant difference.
A lot of people fall in love with the game really fast. And if you do,
Yeah.
just hit balls for hours.
And my friend Jake the other day, I said, to get really good, you kind of have to be a piece of shit. Because this is why you have to. I mean, obviously you're not, and you're looking at your wife, which is huge as well down there. Because if she didn't, like, you know where to find me, because I'm going to be playing. Sorry, right? Like, you're going to ignore most of your responsibilities.
It's really tough.
Oh, yeah.
Personal life, especially with the schedule that we have now. With the first half of the year was okay, but now it's just back to back. Like after this tournament, Texas Open starting Wednesday, I'm gonna go to China. Not going to Vietnam for 3 weeks. Philippines. Yeah, people in the Philippines got me out. You still need for sure. Reyes Cup, that's gonna be another one. Oh no, Reyes Cup. That was the best of the world against Team A. That's how. So there are you.
stuff like you want to be really good at pool. You have to be a piece of shit. Well, you know, I mean, listen, obviously, there's examples of people that can't they're really good and still have a family. Spend time with their family, spend time with their kids, but manage your time because you can like start traveling, play tournaments. You have to start playing and sparing with somebody. Smart, yeah. And anything that's worth doing. You know, if you want to get good, that's one of the reasons why it's so fun. Is because you know how hard it is to do. Yeah. If it was easy to master, I think people would probably pick it up and then they eventually quit. But the problem, the thing about pool is that you take a week off and then play again. Your arms like, what do we do here? Like, it seems all screwy. First hour or so, and then you feel that it makes it so attractive easier to play. You wouldn't play it as much. Right. And for me, the big thing is I just always have to do something. I have to always use balls because nobody works. And if I just stop for a moment, something else, I'm short of time. They'll just catch me. That's nuts. It is. It's driving me crazy. This stuff, this kid stuff. How does it drive you crazy? You wake up in the morning and feel like people jibbing at your heel? Well, like for example, now I know that, yeah, for example, you have people in the UK Open, Florida Open, or in the US Open. So, the 3 out of the last 4 big tournaments we've had, which is crazy. Yeah, which is, it's really, really tough to get over the rush. Almost impossible. That guy is so there's something about those guys who kind of effortless stroke that's like hypnotizing to watch. And that's the guy who just won the last 3 events, which is so nuts about this sport. Is that if the guy is winning and it's winner break, and there, just waiting for you to miss. You know what I'm saying? So I don't play. You know what I'm saying? And I don't play. But at a world-class level, you're doing that in an event, and it's on TV, and people are cheering every time you talk that guy. That's bananas. Yeah, it's rarely happens. Yeah, it was very special. That dude got yeah, this is it. This is, yeah, but boy, you jumped into it. You fucked it up. But when you watch this guy go John Hoyes, 100 pounds. It's got the real combination real first. But then from this out, he never misses. Watch this guy. Watch how fucking this character is. He's just kind of like, it's everything just so smooth and effortless. That wasn't, well, I mean, you don't want to mistake way finals. It's just very good confidence. And the reality is, you would think, well, this guy's going to win, but no. That's what's so crazy about this sport. As good as this guy is, and as competitive as he will get that with follow to get out for the 2 corners. That's tough shit. No, really. No idea. Well, he's got ice water in his veins, man. I'm telling you, we were talking about this before, but there's a match from 2018 where he plays Shane Van Boning on the hill. It's 10 to 6, and you think, oh, Shane's gonna win this, and he runs 5 games out on him, and they're crazy outs. Like, he starts with this bananas cut. He had 3 real possession. But what is he doing here? Like, doing commentary for how I did play off the brothers through January people and they're trying to play with those solid shafts. New technology has gotten into the game and a lot of fiber, but it's interesting that a lot of these guys from Taiwan in particular, they still those wing shafts. Yeah, well, I don't know. I know that the industry went for maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and maybe some companies were kind of like pushing the place. But I don't think that's the case now, because now, for example, maybe and they used to play with the wood shaft when you're playing like a sticky form, where the humidity level is super high. Why not? Just because I don't know, you can move your people around easier, or at least I find it easier and interesting. Why easier? Because I've heard the opposite. I've heard it's carbon boost a little easier, not in that really sticky condition. I think when we play for the metro tournaments, everything, brand new cloth, brand new rails, brand new everything's like perfect conditions. And then I think the carbon fibers are perfect. But I think that's the reason why the agents prefer wood as well, because the humidity levels over really about safe. And that's what they used to play back in the day, I guess, and that's what they're trying to do. It's such a mind fuck though, isn't it? Because it's like, it's all really what you have confidence with. But you play really good with carbon fibers. This Q does, the way it feels, the kind of like shit wants to play that Q, and you know what it does. You know, the next experimenting with Qs, maybe not as much as you did, but I've started testing Qs for the company that I was working with, right now, 360. I've been doing testing for 3 years, so I know everything about like the foams, the wall thickness, the material of the barrel, the hardness of the tip, the weight, the balance. There's so many different things that will change the way the shaft plays, and then there's also blood. There's so many different things. It's like a magic wand. Yeah, you have to try so many things before you actually understand what you like and what you're looking for. And it's not an easy process. I remember I was going on one of my rocking hikes where we had a song I go. The dog, you and I were on the phone. Area, you were telling me that the difference between you said there's a difference of about 5%. I was like, 5%? Like, how do you know it's 5%? Like, all about holes I pocket in when I think about what it does and what it doesn't do. I think my game is about 5% off. Like that, I think it actually, with the EQ, I was winning a lot more. So I'm used to it. This was like right when we first changed. Yeah. Since then I was winning. Yeah. So I guess it wasn't sure. Well, it's
which doesn't really prefer like it's really crazy to show you the deeper. Especially if it's like off the rail. Let's say the cable is one distance off the longer, right? Well, deflection has some people use it to their advantage. Certain deflection, like Cole, because his cue is a lot of deflection. It's a basically that's my good sense. I don't know why players prefer that, but a lot of players do. I think it just gets it in their head how to play, and then they've been playing that way for so long that it's just automatic. Like if they hit a ball with heavy left-hand English, they know it's going to go off to the right. So they hit it more full with heavy left-hand English because they know by the time the cue gets there, so they have it there. You know, it's just like a little computer in your brain. It's like aim here, distance is on aim here. In my case, I also have that where I also have little tiny deflections. Yeah, but that's just too much. It gets really, really difficult. Especially, like I said, when you play all the shot clock. Yeah, pressure out there. You have to pull crazy. So the argument that the difference with what you get out substitute. You get a weird difference. Of the cue, and some people have wood feedback, and they describe a carbon feedback as the weight in their mind of where that ball's going to go. Right, like we're talking about Southwest, which are some of my favorite. They have a solid butt, they're not cord, and so they're usually generally a little heavier unless they're people. Sometimes they'll get more, but you very rarely see 18-ounce Southwest. You see a lot of 20-ounce Southwest because they're ebony or cocoa or something like that really heavy. But they have a very specific it's just like a feel with carbon. You get a different feel. You can get used to that different feel. It is like something to it. You definitely, the ball moves less off the line. Also, like I said, there's so many different environments we play in. So we play in China. Dirty cloth. And it's because I'm playing super smart compared to the other one. Yeah, I'll go to Saudi Arabia where it's super dry. And it's perfect conditions. Everything's slick. No, 5 years, 10 years from now, we'll have to pitch for different shots. Right, when you're both, yeah, both like a real dedication. Some players already do that. They use vertical center key when they use side spin. They gotta get real. Some players bring who's doing that? Mario, he was doing that. Really? Yeah. We brought 2 different kids. Yeah. This out here for last year. I don't have some other people. They're good with what I do. I'm from the extension of the medical plane from some shots. I put that out the extensions for how much does your extension weigh? It's super light, like 1.5. So that gets you up to like what, 19.5 as opposed to 18. Is that what you play with 18 ounce? You play with 19 ounce? Oh, so it gets you like to 20 and a half. So you like the additional weight for like a shower, you have to really stay down. I just use it for like balance purposes for longer shots. For them. Like I said, I'm one time off the rail. One time like a long follow through. I just simply don't have enough of my cue. And I got it, so I had an extra length. But it's tough, buddy. There's only a few guys that you can have those kind of matches with now. Yeah, well,
next one will be probably Joshua.
Yeah, I think so.
We're trying to make. Is he interested?
I think he was, but he's not really responding to messages really well.
No.
I think he was interested, so he had a guy, you have to do it at this point. He switched this rules, this is how it needs to be done.
Where was that? Where did they want to do it? They want to do Germany.
No, they want to play Vegas.
Oh, like to say it's a neutral territory. Vegas is good. Where would you go? Grips.
Yeah,
Great place.
good place.
Oh, you like it?
I mean, they want to do like high road.
Oh, see.
Like Vegas, you got to bet like $500,000, something like that. But what I really want to do is basically what we did with Shay, like a $50,000 bet. Play race to 120.
$500,000 is a lot.
And what I really offered him was to play like a ball around with a ball front, where it was that fucking race. That's what I'm.
What if it's a draw?
Probably understand.
But you know what I'm saying? Play game. I'm playing to lose.
Better.
What would you race to in each game?
I mean, it would have to be something we can fit within 8 to 10 hours. So maybe you race to 30, 10 ball, race to 30, 9 ball, race to 10 in one pocket, and race to 10 in backs. I think it's a good format. People will like to watch that, I'm sure. And it's good for the game. It's good for our sport.
It's tough to get people, casuals, to watch regular pool. Getting them to watch one pocket. They'd rather jump in front of a bus.
I agree. Well, you
Don't like
Certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is people that recognize patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both patrilineal and patrilineal descent. In other words, this represents an acknowledgement by a major Jewish movement that as long as one parent
make the perfect 9-ball
ethnic,
shot.
the child is also Jewish. There's more to it than that. And perhaps one of the most important things to think about is division
Short is too difficult.
initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened because marriage, especially in American Jewry, was at such a high level that already has the phenomenon of children who have father to his mother naturally as the dominant one.
You jumped out.
And it's resulted in
You jumped out during this US Open. There were so many times you got hooked where you popped that ball in.
It's a very difficult and
If you
personal
can't appreciate that
issue. In
tight,
this particular video, I mainly expert. So the question that is,
guys who just
when did
set in their ways.
the
I think that's
matrilineal
stupid cue. It's a little tiny cue. Fuck that thing.
when
But
did it become the
why are
norm?
they different golf
We can
clubs?
see when you
There's
read the
different shots.
Bible,
Why
it's
do you
very
break
clear.
a different cue? Because it's a different
First
shot.
of all, there is a strong prohibition, very clearly worded against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one can easily generalize have its
And then
marriage in
also,
check.
it's like,
Leaders like Joseph,
like, I really
Moses,
like that
Solomon,
Q-Tech one.
all
That's, I think, my favorite one.
Mary,
That one is, and you helped design that,
who
right?
swear these things. And by the way,
Yeah,
of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are
but not
recognized
anymore.
as being Jewish.
It was a
How
different
is
company
this
that
the
was
case?
starting.
So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that
When do you think that's going to be
the
available?
most significant settlers is Shire J.D. Cohen, the beginnings of Jewishness. He goes through a lot of really important issues in class read, especially
So that's the
issues
thing.
of conversion
It's like when
and
it's playing with whatever
actual
fuck
ways
he's
of
playing with.
so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions,
It's
but there's
one
no
of,
question
for a sport,
masterful
I think
survey
it's
of all
like one of
sources and
there's almost
so
everybody,
trying to
when they
square
find
this
someone like, whether it's
we
like,
have this
that's why so many
long-standing
companies
practice
like
of natural
HE was
medicine.
sponsoring everybody
And
back
on
in
the
the
other
day,
hand,
because
we have these
when these guys were
biblical
playing and they were
examples
winning,
that
everybody
seem
just
to
wanted to drop
contradict
on
it.
YouTube.
There are
Because
three
it's like,
logical
there's a
ways
mind,
to approach
it's like a more
it.
aspect
First
of it.
is to say
It's the same
that,
with all.
well, let's say the law of
Tennis,
the concept of
But I think there's a
was
giant
not always
variety of way those things hit
Okay.
as opposed to way
that,
tennis
yeah,
rackets hit.
Moses married
I
a
don't know
Midianite,
because I don't
but
play
the
tennis,
Midianite
but
woman
it looks
went
the same.
through a conversion.
Whereas like the way
And
you
Joseph
pull
married,
cues
you know,
are
an
manufactured, the
Egyptian
differences
woman,
in
but
the
she
weight,
went
the
through a conversion.
differences.
Another logical approach is to say that yes, the law was always in effect. They always adhered to this matrilineal
And
principle.
how much
As
do you have
Rabbi
like
Barrow
a
Wine
mental
often likes to never
that you go through
Judaism.
before you exercise? Do you have like a
Jews do not
pre-shot
necessarily behave
mental
in
preparation?
normative acceptance. Anyway, so perhaps
Breathing.
the examples we have in,
So for example,
not in conformity with the way Jews are supposed to behave. Well,
that's interesting. It's showing emotions. Well, I definitely think that's the case when someone misses. Because when someone misses and then they whack the
You still
table,
wouldn't have
their stick,
the
boy, that
patriarchs
empowers the
going
other
out
player.
for non-kosher
It definitely does, of course. And that's
But
what
that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that. The
uh,
third logical possibility is that maybe the law was maybe the law of natural descent, or the principle of natural
that's what
descent,
kind of got
was
stuck with.
introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that
Well, it's the most,
the
I
earlier
think,
biblical
Jerry
figures
Jones and I were
who
talking
followed
about this. I think it's the most mental game
principle,
because
reading
this
the law,
moment
again,
of
is that
pulling
small
the trigger, just making sure that everything
but
aligns and you just kind of
if that is the case, then we say the law was not necessarily
focused on the object. Did you look at the cue ball before
that's
you
the
struck
let's
this?
start from the basic. Let's say there's unequivocal statement. So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself.
Why is that?
And here's one classic
Just,
passage.
I find
It's in
it's,
the book of Deuteronomy. The daughter intermarry with them. The surrounding
but I just
non-Jewish
like to
nations.
refer
Do not give your daughters to the sons, or take their
it's
daughters
interesting
for
because
yours.
it has a preference.
And then in verse 4 it says,
I
Yasir et
feel like
Nitzame Afarai,
straight stroke.
Avdu
Struck a
Torah
straight.
of Hashem Lachem, V'yishnika Lahem. Right? Let's go to the translation. It says, for they will
There's a
turn
guy named
your
Joe
children
Turner.
away
So, I don't know if I talked to you about this
to
guy.
worship other gods. The
Missions with
problem with this
police.
particular
Where
family
hostage
scenario is amazing.
he
But
would
they're
have
relying
to
on
have under extreme pressure. And realized that there were service that he was making, and a lot of people are making a lot that had to do with anticipating the shot and anxiety before you pull the trigger. And that the way to work around that is to have a pre-shot routine in your mind where you're talking to yourself loudly in your head. And you develop this pre-shot routine with very specific things that you say to yourself. You say, like, here I go, like, and, you know, whatever different things, he's got a bunch of different steps that he said where he's talking to himself, like, center your peak side, there's like a bunch of things I like to try to follow the same. That's what I learned out. When you say to yourself, like when you're about to why if you think you're going to miss, you will miss. Yeah. And 100% worth it. What I was getting at is that I found a giant crossover between that and archery in that it's the same thing. Like if you think you're going to miss in archery, you're going to miss it. And if you think you're going to miss it, so you alleviate some of the pressure by anticipating the miss in it. Yeah, it's an experience. You have to pass a few shots to understand
as you can see, it's not efficient at all. So that's how the principle is developed. Now, if you take this from a theological perspective, I believe the natural principle that put in place in the period of the beginning of we're told, which is obviously
and what do you do when that's over? That line said never creeps into my head again, so you just have to take your focus.
She has so many of these studies of kind of traditional practice very
just practice visualization, just practice the still available
today. At any rate, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put into place. You recall that in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586. And then they return within a few decades
actual real
to
visualizing
Israel under Ezra. And in chapter 9
much
of the book of Ezra, he laments the long prayer there where
no one knows why.
he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, when Shechaniah ben Yechiel sent away the foreign wives and their children, Lord doesn't mention
Sometimes
what he does for them.
Sometimes
Jewish
really
men
like
who
if
are
I get
married
like
wives are sent away along with their children,
and then I go to
which seems to
execute,
be
there's like this thing in my head that like right when I'm about to aim, like right when I'm about to pull the trigger, my head goes
beyond
totally
the
there.
sympathy here, the human
I'm like,
statement
I'm like,
of
why
the
did you
natural
change?
limits
We're
of
gonna
life.
hit
In
it
fact,
like
in the
last minute.
6th
What the fuck
century
is that?
before the Common Era,
I've been playing for
30-something years. But sometimes they work, and you're like, I'm glad I did that. Rarely. Most of the times I miss. And most of the times when I change where I'm going to hit last second, I miss. Yeah, or when I think I'm not going to be this accurate, let me aim to overcut it. And I'm like, oh my god, you overcutting both the link rotating, you fucking idiot. If you isn't accurately, like hit where you thought you were going to hit, you would have made that ball. It's this weird, but that's why I love it. Because when you're really going
doubts about Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like totally, it's not relevant, their mother. So there are ways you can approach this. You can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best exemplar of rabbinic Judaism at all. And it could be only the Pharisees that became narrative. What Dr. Newman was is that version had coalesced by this. And that there was kind of like a different stance.
Sinking your mind. Shooting into perfection. I think it's
but there's no discussion of rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of principle. We have clothing what we saw, flashy clothing that is on the face. So the latest idea is that Jews are very, very strong in rabbinic Judaism. From the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, was the embodiment of oral start earlier before tradition and go back to which corresponds with the Talmud read that okay, so to basically we have a matrilineal principle that can arguably be the behavior of Jews that may not always compete to this matrilineal principle. Sometimes at great cost to themselves, we see it because of Ezra. And that even by the first century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah is modified, this becomes prominent view without question. Any we started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we
So I went over there. It's those guys are making all the tournaments there. And going maybe top 30 guys on their tour, making players to join them as well. A lot of guys will probably do it just for the cheese. What does a big turkey ball pay? The big one pays $750,000 first. But they have almost big tournaments every month that pay $200,000, $300,000 first. Wow. And small tournaments, they pay $50,000. But they're regular happening every 2 weeks. But you were saying when you went over there, like the competition is really high. The game is a little bit more snugger type of rail. So the punk snugger cloth. So it's really thick and like hairy. So it's got a lot of nap to the cloth on the right. They hit balls really hard. Is that because of the rounded edges? Like fire them through there? Or is that what the ball is called? That's probably the best way to make the ball because you can push through the rubber. Kind of like a shot where in the side pockets we could push through the nipple on the side pockets. I watch a lot of those guys online and they fire balls in, which is crazy. Yeah, the competition is really getting high there because there's so many players and so many more like China that just have table taps. And it's becoming popular everywhere. And when did that start? China. I would say it started like 10 years ago, maybe before that. That's great. So think about that. That emerged 10 years ago. So this is only, we're talking about 2015, something along those lines. So that emerged 10 years ago. And then Vietnam emerged 3 years ago. Vietnam is booming. Maybe I think. So, because the most players that play Fridays, and they don't know Shane Hamilton, so that seems insane. He plays in those more table tournaments sometimes. I think it's kind of crazy because it's a really quick shot clock, big ass pockets, little ass table, and you miss your phone, right? Because these guys they're all running out. Justin Bergman is a wizard at that too. Yeah, it looks easy. You look at it like, oh, small table, big pockets. This is easy. But no, this
pressure. Yeah,
more strategy.
filters and everything's all cluttered up together.
Right.
And you shoot your opponent's ball, so you gotta figure out a way to bump them and move them and get a shot on the eight.
Do you think the 8 ball is still the
A friend here, and he goes, I play really good pool. I go, what do you play? Like, no, I play regular pool. I'm like, yeah, what is regular pool? Like, you don't play conversation. I was like, okay. Let me explain that ball to you.
So it may change with bedroom being walls, it may change unless they push that ball.
Yeah. Well, the thing about 9 ball, when you watch a guy shoot the ball into the corner and he hits the rails, his 3 rails goes to the side. It's you're sitting there, if you're in the chair and you were hoping, oh no, you got lucky. And that's luck is part of it. Sometimes people shit in the 9 ball, and that's the whole that they win. And you're like, how can that be a win? It's an accident. That's part of the game. It's part of the fun of the game. And then also you can win off the break. That's also part of the game. And that drives people crazy. No, just love that.
Like, I think it's great. I mean, luck is part of any sport.
I also like when somebody misses an easy shot and then the opponent out that makes it. It's kind of weird. How often times like you have to sit in the chair for a few racks because they're like really awesome lucky breaks. Like, this is terrible.
Absolutely.
Reliable. Because it's really reliable. I wish I could do this, bro.
I'll do something.
If some like super egghead who studies pool, like Dr. Dave, like if that guy could explain this, I would like to know. Because I think there's a kind of science to it, and I think it has to do. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a positive. When you're in gear, you can't miss. And you're in stroke, and you're firing balls and you're playing really well. The behind you balls, God damn it, it's always happened. I wonder, did you make that? Did you manifest this? Are you manifesting good luck with God? I wonder.
I mean, I'm always trying to be different, but I think there is a benefit.
I think there's a real benefit, a real world, unmeasurable benefit that would probably show up in statistics. But luck yes, but it's good for you too. It's good for everybody. Right? Like it good for you when you do that. So there's real. It just doesn't seem like it should. It seems like you should be, like legal path with a pen and some really good calculus, but I'm able to figure out. Like, no one's ever going to be able to figure out why some people get lucky all the time. But I think there's probably something to it. Like Efren, for example. That guy used to always say, I got lucky. He was always saying, I got lucky. Meanwhile, who's more positive than that guy? When he would miss, he would laugh. He would laugh and scratch his head. Never looked like he was mad. I wouldn't want him to break my fucking stick. But he would just like, oh no. He'd scratch his head and go, oh no. And super positive. But he got lucky a lot.
I agree. Maybe that's the case.
That's why I wondered. That's why I wanted to ask you about your pre-shot routine. Like, what are the things you're saying to yourself in your mind, or is it just a lot of experience and a lot of I'm going to make that shot?
Well, it's basically shutting down the negative thoughts. Being positive is really difficult at times, especially when things are not going your way. But a problem is, I don't know, missing a shit saves a meal or flipping a few balls or just doesn't miss any balls. It's really difficult to stay positive in your future. Yeah, what you can't control. And
What I'm doing with Nick Vandenberg is when he sits on the couch, just visualizing running out while you're watching your opponent play.
I think I have that going through my brain. I'm like listening to like a hype up music.
Oh, you gotta send me some.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gangster rap.
Good for the perfect.
Yeah?
Perfect.
Oh,
Like fall. Like Brazilian fall.
I like to like that I don't know what they're saying. Russian gangster rap. They have a lot of Russian gangster rap. Hype up music is not necessarily great.
It's called eyes and your just like this stuff.
Give me one scripted one good song that you like. Like you and Josh Filler about to play for $500,000. You're on your way.
So this song is not good as
Oh, perfect. But just tell me what it is. I'll have Jamie fill it out. You got it, Jamie?
yeah, it's not
I have
like
to. I just want to get straight. Oh, the actual song. I gotta like.
it's called Moskva.
But Hannah, of course, is
If
challenged
you want,
by
I can have it send it to me. I'll send it.
That's not the issue.
and
Oh, okay.
then turns around and says, "No, pray to God."
I don't even know how to type that. But there it is. I can't type that on this thing. Okay, well, just gonna get that show. Oh, yeah. Alright, well, we just.
You gotta go for all of this.
After this, the Bible there.
Alright, okay.
Yeah, so it's
Something like that. It sounds like he's on it, too.
maybe.
I bet he is, maybe.
Most of the stuff he says, you can't even understand what he's saying because he's so fast and he's actually from Kazakhstan.
Oh, here it is. Wet asshole, gray face, you'll find everything you need. Love or treasure the depths of the woods. Only the lipstick was worn off. Ceiling, starfall, fingers. The eyes are nonsense word. Again, wet asphalt, gray face, there are only clouds above you. Okay. That sounds like ChatGPT learning. First of all, you know how to read it. Right? So you read what's it, Cyrillic? How much of a weird actually started getting I don't really speak with anybody in Russia, so I start forgetting it. Oh no! You're a man of no country. Exactly. That's terrible. That would be terrible. And if you go back to Russia, they get mad at you. They can't talk good. No, I still don't talk good. I actually go to Russia at least once a year just to stay tight, stay close to the game, stay close to my family. But I would imagine, like, I'm talking about what happened. She had a head injury. America? And first, of course, I did. Yeah, my friends actually go with me all the time. So I'm just glad I had friends in Russia. ESL out. That's the music they always play. Is there a song like that? Well, they play the song Born in the USA song. Oh, God. That song is very personal. If you want to get patriotic, that's not like Born in the USA. It's a terrible song. It's like so sad. It's not like life is awesome. Like, that song is like, it's about living in a terrible part. USA, like, it's not like the American dream, the Russians. That's good. There's a lot of so you get more heat from Americans that are upset they came over from Russia. Not really. The Europeans, I think, the Europeans that are most upset. Probably because you're now playing for the Americans. You know, you can fuck up their whole West Cup thing, maybe. Yeah. So there's one way you can categorize initiators just because of how much you have published. No, but they just automatically don't like Russia. You know, because all I did was point out what was obvious, like you're lying about being on steroids. Like, hey, don't lie about being on steroids. Don't be a public person, and no one will say that. It's that simple. You have to take personal accountability for errors that you make. I think there's some substances involved. If I had to guess, that led him down a bad road, unfortunately. Fame, man. It's not sure you experience it because you experience a lot of haters in the pool, but fame is not what people think it's going to be. You know, you think, I'm going to be famous, life will be easier because people are under the microscope 24 hours a day. And this is a guy in Brian, who calls himself Livercade, who was not famous most of his life, and then decided I want to be famous, and I have this great body, so what I'm going to do is just like tell everybody I have to eat liver. And sell a bunch of supplements. He made a lot of money selling a bunch of supplements. And he's kind of around steroids. The problem with that is that physique is not achievable in your 40s without some help. It's just not. It's just not. Like, you can just freak out. You have that physique at 23. Possibly. There's a few guys, but you have some genetics and an insane work ethic, and you have to be like really intelligent about how you approach it. But once you get into your 40s, and if you didn't look like that when you were younger, you're on something. Everybody knows it. There's nothing wrong with being on something. Like here's the thing. Is like if you want to be an influencer online, unhealthy, less famous, make your physique less valid. You always use it. The most people just like, wow, that's really impressive. But what is when you mislead them, when you pretend you're doing something that you're not, especially if you're also selling supplements or selling a lifestyle. Telling them, about your ancestral tenets. It's just you made mistakes. If you did make mistakes, I'd be celebrating you. If you were like this guy who's like, there's a bunch of people that we talk about on the podcast all the time that I know are on juice. They don't lie about it. And no one gets them. It's real simple. It's just, that's what it is. They take a lot of heat and they just. He also think he at least had a part in funding this Netflix documentary about him, which I didn't watch it, but I heard it was not flattering at all. That made him seem kind of insane. And that probably sucked. And then after that, it was kind of amazing. Again, fame is not a normal thing. It's not normal. And if you don't have yourself, truly understand yourself, not just trying to project an image of what you like people to think of you, but who you actually are. That's where you get in trouble with fame. And then also reading haters and reading the comments and wanting people to love you, which is probably why a lot of people get famous in the first place. There's also like the thing of getting famous as a goal versus becoming famous because of a thing you do. You know what I mean? Or your podcast, or they like the way you play pool, like the way you play basketball. Like that's a different thing. When you specifically go out of your way because you want to become famous, and that's a lot of people. It's really weird. That's a lot of like very wealthy people. I know some people are really wealthy, and the thing that they really want is to be famous. It's weird. Well, it's a thing they can't buy. It's like they have private jets. They got a house here and a house there. They got a company here and a company there, but they really want to be famous. So they that's a lot of those guys want to go on podcasts. They want it's a lot of eyeballs. It's a lot of venom tongue people out there want to say terrible things about you. Yeah. Yeah, or not pay attention to them, which is, I think, the best. Where everyone's aware if they fuck up, and you're always. That's where comedians make a giant mistake, podcasters make a giant mistake. I'm sure pool players do it, fighters do it in a big way. Like a lot of fighters get real mad when they read comments. She's the wife of a very important rabbi about a mayor. She comes from an important family. His father was Senator Rothschild.
intellectual give and take of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that has kind of like a biting sense of humor. Like in one particular example, when she is accosted by another rabbi who asks her for directions in a rather polite manner, and she snaps back at it, saying, Galilean fool. Did you not read what it says? And she quotes another teaching. You should have abbreviated your statement to me and simply said which way to go. Right? In other words, she's sort of throwing the teaching to the rabbi.
And, you know, and they invite trolls to come to the gym, and some of them beat the trolls up. It's kind of crazy. You know, some guys will talk shit and they'll be so dumb. They'll actually think that they can go to the gym and, you know, more with Sean Strickland or something. That's the worst thing. One thing. That's what they say. If you get them in the gym, it's worth it. Strickland has a bunch of videos of guys who talk shit online. He just beats the piss out of them. It's like, then he went, you know, then it comes all full, like, paying attention to the haters actually paid off. Because for him, it's easy work. He just builds these guys up like it's not. And talk shit to them like the fuck out of them. Well, I guess it's like, yeah, but it's like you don't want to have to play some idiot who says you suck. So they could put up let's play. Like, they probably won't want to. And you'll be talking with them back and forth. What is the most amount of money that you ever gambled for? Against Shay. That was it. Yeah. So you don't want to say the full amount. That was the most about it. Joshua Phil. What they offered, if that ever happened, that would be the big 120 over 3 days. Just the same thing. What would you think about that? I think yeah, we should. But my thing was I wanted to play in backyard. Your spot, yeah. Well, it's not really my spot. It's because it's the spot you go to, right? Not really. I think you're lying. Live 30 minutes from there. That's your spot. But come on, son, shut up. It's your own room. It's not. Everybody knows your name. Yeah, lock the door. Well, that everybody knows your name. It doesn't count. But yeah, I can see why you wouldn't want your spot. People send it up right here on this podcast. What's the most amount you think it's taking for? Let's do it right. I mean, do that. I don't type that. Right. Yeah. What you want for it? Oh, that's not a thing you want to do. You want to call it. 4-inch tape. Tiger. Because we had shape the boat before the quarter. Oh, so that also the Greg, and I can't control the Greg. It's always Greg negotiates eventually here and there. Hey, make the outcome different. I mean, I feel like you should do it in ways where you get an audience though. We can, yeah, but I'm not being the biggest draw of the audience we can possibly have. Online for sure. What I mean is in person as well. Like a place where there's a lot of people that can watch in person. I think you can check out a bigger crowd, but maybe. Really? Yeah, probably. Shane is a huge American hero when it comes to pool, right? But it just seems like he doesn't like it anymore. With Filler,
she ain't right away. Just the way like what is the WPA? Like one point in time, if you played for one, they were telling you can't play for the other, and everybody's like, that's kind of just starting to take off, and don't sketch me safe you play. And I played band for a certain period of time for WPA tournaments, and all the top players at the time we wanted to change that by just stopping playing WPA tournaments. So just all of us top 60 players or top 10 players don't go to WPA tournaments. And by that, we wanted to change that rule. We wanted them to live the band. Right. After we started with all the players who were now we find using was fine with my girlfriend. And she was playing the world championships. That was the world championships for men from the WPA tournament. And we all agreed that we were not playing there. But she was there and he wasn't. So he basically decided that went against what he was saying in that room, just him. It was another player. But then it just led to more like he went on social media and tried to say, you know, he was trying to defend himself. That's a good shit. Guys are the best in the world, or we're all not going. And then you sign up, that means you just killed off the best players in the world. You have a much better chance of winning. Backlash from that. I think to this day, that kind of stuff with I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. He's a hell of a player, though. Oh, he's unbelievable. Yeah, and he's really young, too, right? I would say he's a little bit older, like 26, 27. Yeah, he's the most fearless, most talented player. He's kind of like Rothschild. Yeah, he's, well, sometimes when he gets on, it's crazy to watch. Where he's making balls in on the high kick. Yeah, he would go for a long period of time. And the other thing about him is he's freaking out. Like, it never seems to be affecting him. Like, he's never taking the additional time in between shots. Like, full of the pressure. Yeah, it just seems like he doesn't feel it. Sometimes he's so good, sometimes it doesn't feel like this. And he was feeding off the actual, like, hate of the crowd. Moscone got my lunch. Las Vegas, I wasn't playing with everybody. Sure. Wow. The crowd got kind of like mixed into a few. He's got an intimidating game. Right. Not that I don't think he can be. It's a really good game, though. Where he was doing that for a while. If you look back, like years, even like 10 years, for like a year or two. And then switches to another player. Like Shane went back there. Yeah. Back to back. Yeah. It's always they get hot. Yeah. But it's just maintaining that. It's just so quick. But this year, didn't play nearly as well. It's really tough for me. Life gets in the way. Something. Family. Business.
watch it, on the world stage like that. When it's executed so perfectly, it's so fun to watch. Because you know how hard it is to get. So, what do you do differently now that you're world number one? From the poor-ish family, which is my biggest motivation. What the world champion, and I had to do that when I won the first world championships. You know, that dream was kind of gone. Now it's just another major. So they always ask me those questions where, what would it feel to you if another US or World Masters? Like, it would be great. But I think it would mean a lot more when I stop playing. Like when I be seeing with my grandkids, I'm like, oh, wow, your grandpa was a two-time world novel champion. It was really that time, boy. Why do you say it with a southern accent? I live in here. I live in southern Indiana. Is that it? Southern accent in Indiana? Yeah, that's it. You're an Ohio boy, so you're close to Kentucky. That's where you're there. People got an accent. That's true. People have accents. That's true. But it's just when you think about just in like Paul's growth, I think you're in a perfect position. Like if you had been this good 20 years ago, you would be in the same sort of trap. A lot of those the old players were. Timeline. Whereas as you're getting better and as Paul's getting more, he's getting bigger and bigger. And I think it's a really awesome time for the game. I agree. I definitely feel fortunate to be in the right time, right to me. Right here from more system. It's different. Like when I watch guys practice online. You have a channel where you body practice sessions online, and I enjoy I think the sky's the limit. I think the games in the next few years is watching it over now. Get mad. And watching you just get better. Thank you so much for having me. My pleasure, my brother. Tell everybody if they want to follow you. What's your Instagram? Mine
Instagram is that weird. Yeah, but I Facebook mostly. I spend a lot of my time on Facebook, TikTok.
This is a question I wanted to ask you. Your name, some people say Fedor, some people say Fedor, but in Russian is it Fyodor?
No,
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, because people were correcting me. I'm like, I think you're both wrong. I think it's Fyodor. Yeah. I've heard Fedor. I've heard, and when I was calling you Fedor, people go, oh, he's saying that because Fedor Emelianenko. I'm like, yeah, well, that's kind of the accepted American pronunciation of Fyodor, though. So I wanted to ask you if it was Fyodor. Yeah, I knew I was right. Right. Okay, Fyodor. Save it from now on. Let's play some pool, then we'll get some big air. All right, bye, everybody.
They were, let's say, highly encouraged to leave by the desperate conditions. In some cases, there are tens of thousands taken off into slavery. But the concept of expelling all the Jews from their land is something I believe was, considered reasonable in the ancient world at all. So there was always a Jewish presence in the small population, but nevertheless, Jews always did maintain some kind of physical presence in the land of Israel throughout the long 2 millennia of diaspora. However,
Let's go. Now, I worked out yesterday. Now, it's one thing to work out where I'll work out, and then what happens is you go to like workout box, and then you do like a semi-CrossFit thing where you're doing burpees, and then you're doing jump squats. It's the warm-up. 10 burpees warm-up. Yeah. Jump squats. Then let's go ahead and do pull-ups. After all of that, for 20 minutes, we'll do posts. We'll start with 5. Then we'll start with go 10. Then we'll go 15. See who breaks at the end. Daddy did 15 strict. And I got to tell you, it used to be no problem for me. 15 pull-ups strict for me. Now, I'm getting weaker. Yeah. And I did that. And then, so I'm a lower and so sore that my body feels hot. My body feels hot. Yeah. So I got that. My knees have never been a problem. It's the old shoulders that take a while to get warmed up. Because I have a 10 problem. No. I'm lucky now. I think it's because I warm up like a motherfucker. Man, you've always been about warming up. Yeah. And I'm fairly flexible, so I at least at this age, I don't have those kinds of pains.
What age do you think you're going to stop?
I'm glad you asked because I'm going to wait so well tomorrow at noon. And we're going to go ahead and test my levels. But it won't matter because it's called age.
There's some stuff you can do to combat it.
There
all the peptides.
There is.
There's some stuff.
You better be careful about wrestling full or sprinting or all those.
Or just like full jiu-jitsu. It's just
no. I was talking to Rogan yesterday. Me and Tony Henchcliffe were playing around. Tony's got a crazy grip. He can. Something about it. He's got gorilla grip. He gripped that thing. Did 151. I got 110. I'm like, what the fuck? Because Tony doesn't work out a lot. He's just like, like that. He's just 110. He's got crazy. He got 151. More than Rogan. We're just strong. We're like, what the fuck is with Tony and his strong hands?
It is surprising that it's strong hands.
Oh my god. And then he was like, yeah, wrestle, let's go. And he's messing around.
He wrestled in high school.
Yeah. And so he's doing this stuff with me, and I go, I look at him, I go, no, I wrestle. I will wrestle you right now. And Rogan just looked at me and goes, hey, you'll get injured. Don't. And he doesn't do jiu-jitsu anymore. We're at an age. We are of an age where you cannot just grab your friend in a green room. Something's gonna pop. Father Time has
Father Time's a pretty high on.
Father Time's here. Father's Time's here. All this self-defense, all this stuff. I have a joke. If I fight for my life on the street, I better be very probably even then.
Keep them busy.
Yeah. Until I can't. Until you blow a gasket, and the gaskets are hanging out.
No, one thing is that I'm learning is I just can't get out of the
third gear. I have to stay in third. We're going to introvert in fifth. They're double quad, you know. And the internals just aren't there anymore. Funny, it's not Ford's internals anymore. No, you know, it's not. Dude, that's right. And you've really kept yourself injury free for the most part. But I tell you, you become stupid most of the time. Yeah, I get stupid. All of us. It's like, oh, my ego. Let me see if I can. What? No. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm on all sorts of different there's an elasticity that you lose. There's something explosive. I never even thought about it. I go 0 to 100. You and I, when we were at Tim Tebow, I remember I did 30 pull-ups or 32 pull-ups. We didn't think about it warm up. Just started doing it. Now,
quite often not opt-out. For example, some Egyptian princess refers to Jeremiah spent some time there. What happened after the assassination of Gedalia? I always think that, by the way, so live more carefully. I think it's supposed to be maybe some of the comments will correct me if I get that wrong. This is known as the Upper Nile, and even though it is on the bottom of the map, as I mentioned to you earlier, the Nile, of course, flows to the north and into the Mediterranean Sea. So therefore, upriver, which is south, is the Upper Nile, and downriver is the Lower Nile, where you have the cities of Cairo, Alexandria, and so there is a very important Jewish military colony in Elephantine, and we're going to look at that in just a second. And it may go back, we said that up there, someone else, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when Judah had relations with Egypt and sent a colony there. So let's look a little more carefully. Here satellites view of the Nile River. period of activity that we're looking at. So one of us Now, this represents 700 Rothschild, which is a banking archive with receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this active archive are Jewish. And the way they tell is because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God right built into their own. Very common. You have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right? Means God-given. Right? They all like invoke the name of God in some kind of like active way. So it's relatively easy. It's not foolproof. It's a pretty good sense. So there are 8% of the names. There's another collection, by the way, that we do. Yahoo Jewish. Not only are the names theophoric, but Jews always use the patronymic, meaning one is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parent. In most circumstances of Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after his father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my name is Hillel. Father's name is Yaakov.
Moving quick, a little slow. Taking my shoulder. That annoys me. But Daddy doesn't have any injuries. So let's see what's going on with my free testosterone. Have you seen the oil change they can do? I have. They pull it out. Yeah. That filters it. Yeah. Now, feeling it? I wouldn't knock it. I bring him. I bring him. He's awesome. My thing about all of that is that you're too much. When they talk about detoxing, I'm still the jury's out on a lot of that stuff. Yeah, I'm stick to. I think they are real. I think stem cells are real. I think testosterone's real. I think creatine fact. And like athletes, put your money on that. So you can do peptides, stem cells, that's what it is. Like you will choose one. What is the most effective you can that actually? Well, stem cells if I'm injured. Yeah, for sure they work. Oh my god. Yeah, fix my knee, fix my bicep. And also peptides, like when you combine the stem cells with the peptides. Right, and then you mix it like a pearl. Peptides are going to be the new frontier of stem cells. It's insane. Yeah, that'd be good for you. I'm going to land by helicopter. Because I don't want to try and do that now. Yeah, Shane and I are zip over by chopper, you understand? And then I'm going to get some stuff taken care of. Yeah. About time. You get your love. When you take your test was 1400. My buddy Nick, who's my feature in Exhibit, was like, yeah, Nick was like, make sure he knows. And I'm like, so I sent you that text. Yeah, you're like, dude, Nick said 1400. I said, hey, dude, I was just fucking with you because you were all. You actually know a fuckload. Yeah, but never talk about it. You actually know a lot about nutrition. Like I remember with the cryo stuff. I remember with the cold plunge. All of that. You can just do. You'd be like, are still that chiropractor, this colon. So this is the biggest bunch of bullshit. That's your colon, and it just has. It's all snake oil. Snake oil, like bullshit. And with like talk about the inflammation, I'm like John O'Malley or Roth, we should be probably worried about inflammation. If you're like me, the inflammation, I mean, it's not good. You want to do what you can. You don't want to get inflammation. You can eliminate it. Yeah, it's not going to help you. You're not wrong. You're not harmful. You're good. Most Americans are worried about, like, they're worried about the dyes and all the toxins. Hey, dude, you should worry about how much food you eat and what your insulin levels are, because you're eating sugar and shit all day. That's what you should worry about. My favorite, you know how Greece and Italy and like Spain, they're like, they eat olive and stuff like that. It's the olive oil. You have to eat olive oil. Eat a lot of olive oil. This guy Gandhi or whatever, who wrote the Plant Paradox. Listen to this dude. It's like, hey, bro, yeah, olive oil's fine. What you don't take into account is the fact that they take a nap and the portion and how active are they? Right? They're walking, and they take a nap. They have lunch with their family. They've got great month. They're stressed on the really low. And they take a nap. And everything. I'm taking that money. Oh, crazy. You want a surprise on CS? Yeah, you always the entire 2 hours. The entire city. By the way, I think it was 3 hours. It was shut down at like 1 to 3. Yeah. Early lunch and then take a little nap. I remember this so well. The stores, everything would be closed 1 to 3. Yeah, to 4 to 5. Yeah, and then they work late, and then they have dinner late party. Escape the hottest part of the day. That's what's different with Texas is the hottest part of the day. Here's 4 to 5 o'clock. Is it? Yeah. That up. This is the same all. That might be a fit, but I like what you're saying. I like it. You did yesterday. You did? Yeah, because that's when me and the boys do sports. I take them to games. I'm like, it's fucking hot. Wow, look at it. It's hot. What? That's so interesting. Why is that? Oh, it's absorbing solar heat and heat. Wow. I never would have organized. It's interesting. Practices. We go at like 9. It makes sense. Because I've been like at 4, especially at 4 o'clock. I'm like, we're in the garage at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Because in LA, 5 o'clock, you're good. Yeah. Here at 4, 5 in the garage, I'm dripping sweat. I gotta tell you, in San Diego, with that breeze and that weather, I was like, San Diego's a little honky tonk though. It's nice. Not weather. It's right, but I think the thing you do, if you're ready for the heat, get ready for the heat. That's what I heard. It's not the heat. But where I'm at, 12, 30, 40 days in a row, oh, it's hot. The humidity is whatever. I just do better in the heat. I like it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. Yeah. Now, Houston, also we're in Colorado. Couldn't get too hot, right? I'm saying all the cold will flop out and the snow. When I was with when I were together
go to your house, and I got caught in the old snowslide. There's two comedy works out there. It was out there. Yes, by where my pops lives. Yeah. Comedy works out. That's what it is. Yeah, that is. My brothers are there. My dad's there. That COVID stuff. Remember, they're supposed to get all that money back in the economy. How did that go? You feel that they're like, yeah, I have. Shit show. It's so depressing. I don't think that's a given. Wake up without a resume. You know, when you're 40. Yeah, man, remember we'd start those comedy workshops when we were doing the road? We'd start it with a clip from the line by the Kid 3D. Yeah. I was just thinking about that this morning. But Kid 3D, yeah, it's fun. I wish we could get all of this. During the video, and you don't think we could upload those two? Remember we tried? No, hold on. I have that deal. So if you, that also reminds me that we're launching Patreon next week. We're launching. This is for the hardcores. It's for the fans. Free. Listen, we're well aware how many ads. It's just the lay of the land now. In podcasting, you listen to road, you listen to whatever shit you listen to. There's so many more ads. Yeah, these companies got involved. It's just the way podcasting works. We're very familiar with the mass amount of ads. So our idea is to launch this Patreon so you get ad-free shows that we extend it by 20 to 30 minutes so you get bonus content. And then bonus content and questions. And then also behind the scenes. Brian's been wrestling his ass off, doing jiu-jitsu. Sure, grappling. Yeah, competition grappling. He's been doing it in order to beat me. We're going to see if Brian can beat me on there. That's it. You're right. This studio behind the scenes in the shop, all that stuff. That's every month. You're getting that bullshit. Having a sponsor I work with on the car sent me that. It's a nice watch. Very nice watch. You're not deserving, but I'll take it. VP is, yeah. Oh. Is that Bezos? I have the Royal Oak in all. So it's not uncommon to spend $46,000. The Royal Oak is $1 million. The ones are used. $73,000 watch. These are wild. That's crazy. That's what the sponsor said to me. I had no idea what was in the box. When I work with on the truck, sent it to me. One of the sponsors I work with. Work. Like, just When you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto Beverly Hills Cop, the Dragon Tattoo, and Julia. Pluto TV, stream now.
Is there any update on the whole Raja stuff?
Yeah, there's some.
Yeah, let's see what's going on here. Who's that guy?
Oh, we'll get to that.
That's one of the vampires from Blade. What's you gotta just think about those ears?
Cut him off.
Yeah, cut him off for time back, pin him back.
Yeah, cut him back like a dope.
Yeah, pin him back.
So this is his brother. Apparently, this is Psycho Stu's brother. But so this one says, "Good evening, Stuart. Psycho Stu is resting since he sustained severe injuries to his head. He's currently conscious and able to talk. He will have difficult recovery ahead. With all the media and social media attention, it's been hard to get back to everyone. Stu appreciates all the support. He loves wrestling, his wrestling family, and all his fans and supporters. Wrestling has been a huge part of his life. He loves to put on performance. He's also just a regular guy with a life and family outside the ring. His wife has currently set up a GoFundMe for those who."
I think you're kind of doomed. When you're that kind of guy, you're that stupid about something.
That means when I told him, like, dude, he's fucking up, man. Like, his heart flatlined, like, he fucked up. And he goes, "My bad."
Time.
Never mind, you're gonna kill him.
Well, it's he's in real trouble. I like Rampage. I don't like talking about Rampage as a kid this way.
No.
It has nothing to do with that. But also when I say major crime,
Explain this to me, Brian. It is California, so a little more lenient if you do it anywhere you do it in California. But so the student now that he's conscious and awake, let's say he goes, "I'm not pressing charges." Will the state still go after him?
my guess is my guess is the state, the attorney general can bring up charges. I think
Even if
if
he doesn't press charges.
believes a crime. But I don't know.
Because in like a domestic violence situation, if you had a friend who beat up a girl, you always see them like they'll arrest them, they'll go to jail, but then they're like, "Yeah, no charges were pressed." The girl decided not to press charges.
Yeah, maybe.
That up, how's that
Is that what you all remember?
like if I fire a gun, you know, I don't know how it works.
Well, then you're endangering the public.
Because people that go, "He's gonna sue the shit."
It's surprised to still proceed with a case. Even if the victim doesn't press charges. As the state, not the victim decides whether, yes, a victim's lack of cooperation can make the case more difficult for prosecutors to rely on other evidence, such as which
This is where he's from.
this security force.
We see, that's what I'm saying. That's where he's from. Because he's premeditated.
I think he's going to go to jail. You can't do that.
And how long?
I'm sorry, but there's
What would the charges be? I guess
attempted murder.
attempted murder.
Aggravated assault
Bring that up, Jim. Let's look at it.
with intent to cause egregious bodily harm. You could, but what
Charges.
prosecutor,
What charge? Yeah, there you go.
a prosecutor can literally charge you with attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, there you go. He would not have stopped him and drawn off
Jen, I sent you one of the wrestlers. It's up next. Jesus. Look at, have you seen the wrestler who you stopped him? He's like, "Dude, you punched me in the fucking face."
Break it up and he shoots a double leg on me. By the way, mark a better double leg. Right? And then I'm telling you to calm down. I'm not even fighting. I'm not even
I wasn't even trying to hurt you. I don't care how many times you've been ignorant in your life, bro. I don't give a fuck. If you got a problem with the world and the people, then you want to hurt people that don't get trained like that. You're a bully. It's outrageous. You know what? It's impossible. No, I trust you. That's what I'm sorry. You can't. Like, man, if you mess up. The other thing is from what I hear, the organization isn't cooperating with the investigation. It's all on. You can see it on camera. Give you $300,000 because the guy's not, that was a lot of fucking money. There's Rabbbi had $300,000. Yeah, you're right. Oh, I think there's a lot of stock. Yeah, right. Let's say your son did that. And you have the means to pay $300,000. What's your son learn? What do you do? Like, the answer, I guess the answer is I don't know. This, since you're pressing me, I would have to reread. I know what you would do. Yeah. You would pay the $300,000 Raj's career is over. Yeah, I never get it. I don't come back. You don't get, because here's the other thing. You don't walk away with the kid. It's that damage you don't walk away with. There's no going back. Because it's not like he did it to a guy who's this dick and he was egging him on. You know that psycho-seduced story? Former, I think, Marine or something like that, had severe PTSD. Started wrestling to find an escape from all the madness. If I was my son, I would say this too. I would say, you are in a position now where you have had a fall from grace, and you have an opportunity. My hope for Raja, is it Raja? Raja back on this, and he's an example for people. There are a lot of people that really screw up, and then they come back as a very different kind of person. He's 25, and he's 25, and so he looks back and goes, I don't even know who that guy was. I went through all this to learn that that's not who you are. But there's clearly some, and I don't know something. I don't know if there's their best. I don't know if there's they're missing a bigger attitude. Clearly, the awning is blowback. For this encouragement to do this, less than that, he feels this insecurity that he gained, whatever the hell's going on in his head. He wouldn't put 22. There's anger in there saying, I'm no bitch, and I'm gonna show my dad no bitch. Like, let's talk about that. And did you see what Sean Strickland said? Yeah, what he said? It's a law post. Read this. It wasn't the answer for it. And I'm not saying I agree with it, but it's an interesting topic. I don't know if he'll change his behavior. I think there has to be some consequence for your action at 25. But on the answer, and there will, my dad bails me out. Say me learn nothing, it's just going to happen again. But as a father, you're like, dude. But again, it's an opportunity. Everything is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for this kid to come out of this, whatever he does, a better person, a better example. So otherwise, what are we doing? There's Jackson 6 years shouldn't go to jail. Prison should be always the last resort. I was arrested at 19 for 2 felonies. 8 GBIs. I don't know what that is. I spent 5-6 years in prison. And the DA had a after 6 years. Come out with nothing, being indoctrinated with bottom line is it's not about the person in prison, it's about who they become when they're out of prison. I believe if I wasn't offered that deal, I'd be dead today. And more than likely it would have resulted in someone else's as well. My 2 cents, rehabilitation over prison.
It's fair. What he's saying is that revenge is not going to do anything. What we'll do is you don't throw someone away. You take this kid who's 25 and say, what are you willing to do? Or is this going to be your future? Do you want to keep going down this path? Or is there a better way to go? What do you want to make? This is Raja's choice.
I don't know if it's a choice. I think you're going to have to force him to do. You have to give him options. He's going to have to pick one. I don't know what you do. I don't know. Because
they want to you have to pay price.
Here's my question. At 25, let's give him 5, 10 years. So he can take which is a lot. He's going to be 35, no education, no job, no career. You come on the street. I would say for better.
I would say this.
Contributing citizen.
Not always.
No, answers. No.
I would say there are a lot of people that do come out after 7 years, 6 years, and they come out of it and they return 180 degrees.
Oh, I'd say that's an exception.
It's always the exception. But
Yeah.
that's your choice, right? You have a choice. My thing is what I'm saying. Society goes, you're not a safe person to be around, correct? So
that's why they wake up.
you do that.
How would you feel if you did that to your son?
So that's why we have what's called objective law. Subjective law, where how I would feel, is that's why you ever get explained 20 punches down like that because you tried to kill somebody. And justice, let me define what justice is to everybody. Justice is in. And injustice means something is out of place. Justice is everything that's right. This man is in a hospital bed. He's got a long recovery. There's got to be restitution. There's got to be something. That can be a lot of things. It doesn't have to be him rotting in a jail. Roger can do his. He can beg forgiveness. He can become a better person. He can help people. There's a lot of options for him. So I agree with Sean in the sense that let's not throw Raja away. Let's not say that Raja's got a great dad. Raja's got a father who can help him. Raja's got a family that can help him. Raja can help himself through.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're leaning towards Raja. If I'm psychosphere, I'm his family. Correct. I'm saying
That's right.
no, you're just going to pay me off in this game.
Right. They still have to be the precedent. We are more important now than Raja.
Sees the victim.
We care more about the victim right now than we do the Raja is a 25-year-old man, fully adult in any set choice. He made that choice responsible for the condition you are in.
And also, it says that LAPD is looking into it. How much they looked into it?
They're going to know they're building a case. They point the way, and they say, and they talk to the state and say, we're going to press charges. What is the case? We'll bring the case. Which is assault with a deadly weapon, attempted murder,
Not assault with a deadly weapon.
whatever it is. You can say that, so you can actually bring your hand.
That's false.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. See if that's the case.
It's false. Yeah. Like, you remember that, like, if you're a trained fighter, you gotta rest your hands.
So this is the kind of conversation they have, though, where they go,
But the judge will say, you've been trained as a professional fighter, you should have more restraint, you can do more damage, you know how to do the techniques.
Yeah.
So that's gonna go against you. But so it depends on the judge.
clearly, can you see what when you kick somebody, can you be charged with assault with a deadly weapon if you don't have an actual weapon in your hand?
With your fist.
You use just your fists and feet.
Yes.
Yeah. There you go. There's body parts like hands, deadly weapons if used in a manner likely to cause death or serious bodily severity of the consequences of injuries or and let me tell you what else happens here, just so you know.
For example, severe repeated punching that causes permanent damage. Yes. So what I'm saying is, so it doesn't matter that he's trained. That's what the point of
So,
like 6 dollars he was registered.
So, yeah, so I tell you what,
Towards it.
a lawyer will come in and say,
100%.
this kid's been training since he was X, Y, and Z to do more damage
Because he's trained.
do more damage. He was raining punches down. He used what he knew.
Technique.
And so now, this is not just a criminal case. This is also a civil case. Convicted of a criminal case. There's not a jury in the world that wants to press charges that's going to put Raja in debt for the rest of his life. They're going to go, any money you make for the rest of your life goes to stock. That's what happens. So it's a
And also, even though it's not official that your hands are lethal weapons because you train, again, to your point, there's not a jury who doesn't think the same thing you do, because that narrative, that urban legend of if you're a professional fighter, you have to register your hands, which is insane. They all think that. You don't need to prove it. No, he trained. His hands are more dangerous than his because he's a professional trained fighter.
what Rampage, I'm sure, would do in this situation for his son is he would say, the idea would be, what is it going to take to settle the civil case before we go to court? Because I know you're coming after me.
And if you're the family of Stu, let's say they don't have much money, what's that number?
So what the way it
Might go
works
super high, meaning like
and
you get a lump sum.
And I'm going to think that Roger can do, I don't have any money, and then he can never get paid, and his dad can just give him a stipend. There are a lot of ways around this. And so what you do is you say, I'll give you $500,000 right now.
All cash.
All cash.
You get it right now.
That's a lot of money, by the way. $500,000 is a lot of money.
It depends where you're at financially. You know?
Yeah, but that does cost you a million.
Yeah.
So, not very few people have that much money lying around.
Yeah. But also, yeah. And then does that child, is that
Taylor's point. Something to Sean Strickland like this might save Raja's life. Not ruin his life. If you really look at it, is it the trolls online? What are you doing? We need it. This is what this is called. A come to Jesus moment. Doing conversation. It's also here at a national level with social media. There has to be some regulation in place, man. The way this is affecting kids is not fucking good. It's not good. If you look, there's a whole study of, there's a list of kids. What do you want to be when you grow up? What do you think the number one thing was? Rapper, athlete. You think, right? Athlete. When I was a kid, it was professional. I know a lot of kids. It's a YouTuber. And you know what? Excuse me? What fun? Don't do something, man. Develop a talent. Have a career. Okay. If you want to inspire people, so I think that's your conversation. It's like, social media now, it's a really good tool, especially for people like us. I mean, you know, endorsement, stuff like that based off my social media following, but I'm going for it. Now the younger kids, it's not mental depression. All the shit's significantly high. You're almost like you're not talking to your family. You're on your phone. That's a whole other debate. Now look at this whole up. Our young demo is fucking honest. This is the answer. I don't care. You're doing yourself. It's not good. Again, it's not that your kid has a good paleo diet. That he can kind of eat what he wants, but kids, when I was getting same kids now, they burn that shit off. They're outside non-fucking stop. They're not, they don't stop moving. I'm kind of like the plot here. I'll be honest. Of course, I'm like your skin looks good. I know, and it does. I know. I hate myself. But I feel better. You look good. You look a little young. My mother-in-law said, man, I need to start doing nicotine. Oh, so that's the result. You're doing nicotine, peptides, tests. But you also eat really well, fast. Like a motherfucker. I eat right. You've never stopped. Never stopped. I eat right. And I'm cool. Yeah, you look younger than it. Yeah, you're not stressed. Not stressed out there, nonsense. Two examples of how historians. How's your health coming? I told you the tapering. It's actually going great. Going fast. Still, it's down to like 103, 113. I was like, oh, I remember 120, 130. Good. All right. Well, I have high blood pressure in my family. But of course, I'm on these other. I love money lives in Florida. Because all I would need is one cup of drink. He loves the show. If I just connect with Jim, one conversation, because he stopped drinking, he's like, I didn't stop drinking. I'm 15 minutes. I'm already on the way to doing this. Yeah, but he can't hurt. Yesterday I was at the Sunset Strip. This guy Chuck. This guy's Brian Keller. I've been listening to the Fight of the Kids since my Fox days. He goes, and I feel so close to you guys because you're kind of the soundtrack to my life. I was like, hey, I'm so sorry. He goes, no, I'm so sorry. I just sold my company. I started my company and I just sold it for a big sum. Yeah, and he goes, you guys were kind of there for the whole thing, so it's really weird. And I was like, I know. I was like, little grease. Oh, wet my beak, wet my beak, wet my beak. Soundtrack to your whole business? Let's go. Good for him. Yeah, handsome guy. his daughter off to watch some concert, and he's like, just
literally sitting on a drive over here. Like, when you guys started doing this thing, you started acting. Is that the first thing?
yeah, I started acting.
So acting, and then
Because I didn't have, I started acting because I didn't have the arm or body for football. But I wanted to be a quarterback. I just didn't have the arm, much more than height.
what were you gonna say? That body goes on there.
No, what it is, or the body, or the head thing. When I wanted it,
Brian started acting, and was having some success. And his friends told him, dude, you should really go all in on the stand.
yeah, okay, you were doing all. Yeah, Patty Jenkins, yes, the director, she was a wonderful. Yeah, she's like, hey, can you please stop trying to be this brilliant actor? You're a jackass.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And why was the first thing he did that made you like awesome? Oh, God. Yeah. So, what's the fire? My big brain down the street. How you felt when that happened? You know what I'm talking about? Like, oh, are you such and such?
I know, I felt no answer for it. You know, when you get recognized, you know, you there. Yeah, it's cool, but it's not. You were always like, your goals were bigger.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're always like,
It was cool. The Ultimate Fighter, because remember, Ultimate Fighter failed, and then it didn't come out till like 8 weeks later. So I remember walking around like, man, I was taking the bus all the time for training. And I was like, I bet you do that. Like, with the city, you know, this bus, and what's it know? Especially
My wife, he's got
this outlaw.
he's an outlaw.
You look at me and go, that guy's dangerous. That's an outlaw.
Well, you had that hungry eyes girls like you because you're cowboy.
Even to this day, like, Cowboy at the races or when I do that, me and Cowboy have the same sponsor, but I was like, we're together. There's just something about it. He's like this.
So he wasn't smiling. He wasn't really had his boots on. He had his boy hat on. He was trying to like a cowboy. And I remember my friends, including mine, they were all like they were like, you're so yes, symmetry. I love that. I miss cowboy.
Cowboy's house was in Garcia. Scouts had money, no one was famous. Just like, somebody was like, it's like Sunday. The training was so tough. Like, those days were so cold. No, we don't have any company. We're trying to train. He was trying to be his community. Wow. He's hard.
You're trying to find sparring partner. Trying to find the wrestlers, trying to Shane was close, but I have that connection with Northern Colorado yet to go up there and train in the practices. Like, that's a huge invite. And so I have that. So I was like, look, like wrestling. I was like, looking for wrestling opened up. That's, I remember Ward from Bellator. He's this little guy. He was like, Joe Ward. He opened a gym downtown Denver. And he was like, yeah, we're doing 9 o'clock. It's like 9 to 11. And it's 5 days. Like, can I come? He's like, yeah, we have to come every day. And I remember driving around that night. I'm so excited, really, because I was like, oh. Coach, I said, I forget his name. He was a judo guy, wasn't he? King Mo, he's the coach. I've had phenomenal Jerry Barnett, Anna Gracie, so Gracie, Paul Easton, Trevor Whitman, Easter Bowling. Wrestling, when you talk about Simon, King Mo is the best coach I've ever, at the time, he would compete. So he would teach what he could, but I think he's full-time now. If I was a fighter, that's what I would. Just to learn grappling. His mind for wrestling, MMA is the best and can put in layman terms at the highest level. So now, if King Mo there, who's training at you have Joe Ward, and then you have these other big guys there. But I remember he's like, you can come, and it's from 9 to 11 o'clock at night because they had other jobs. And he's like, but you have to make every day. I'm like, say less. We're driving home so fucking stoked I found this puzzle piece. I remember, why? Because the life I'm gonna have, I'm so selfish. I don't have time. No, I didn't. I remember going home and be like, just so you know, yeah, I'm not around. I'm not gonna be around anymore. And I remember I was like so heartbroken. This is what it's gonna take to get to where I'm going. And I'm going. I had a good base because Carl, I trained with Carl all the time. But then after that, I met Easter Bowling, and I got invited to do a wrestle with the University of Northern Colorado. So then I was going to drive to Greeley 3 times a week, which was, hour and a half, 2-hour drive. I was doing that 23.
When did you learn that the old double leg was very hard to stop?
That was also, I think, because of football. Because of the natural explosiveness of football.
Very few people can really deal with that.
Timing, explosiveness, all about timing. I remember telling my girl, like, yeah, this is just, were you actually in love with her? No, we just no, we were together for a long time, and I was just like, that's insane. Like, that's how bad I want it. That's the difference. That's how bad I want it. That's it. I tell my son, you gotta have that dog. Like, I was literally wanting to give up my girl, and I don't give a fuck. Go to Jackson, sleep at Cowboys on the ground. I'm there.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
Me, remember the first time we were talking about moving to Austin, I couldn't do it. And I was with, my girl. So, you're like, you still gotta go. I'm like, I gotta go. So I'm not gonna break up. Like, I was just saying it works.
What you gotta do?
Yeah, just like, I just knew, like, it wasn't fair to her. Like, I was gonna be gone every day. Every day.
Listen, if I had desperation,
If I had to go to Albuquerque for 2 weeks, I'm going to Albuquerque. I'm driving tonight. Like, if Greg Jackson called me or Wink was like, hey, we need a body, I'm there.
you already knew that it's not gonna work.
I just knew my path as in like you know, I've never missed it. Never missed it so much. This is what I was born to do. Yeah, I'd rather make less money. Let me go there. I can't say it's 7. Like, no, no, no. On Saturday and Sunday and doing well or just having the time. There's nothing I would rather do. There's no vacation in Tahiti. There's no sold out crowd. That's vacation. There's no, that is vacation. Life. My brother-in-law's that way with his son. The absolute best. He's like, you know, he was saying, I mean, he took more worries. And there's sports. I mean, it sounds like not a big deal to you, but I was like, I think it's an important thing. When I came here, I wasn't worried about merchandise, the school and stuff like that, and how went out. My number one anxiety kid, how can I get my boys on the ball? Number one, my coaches. I got boys that live for that shit too. And so do I. That's why I told Dad, he's like, man, vacation, this, I know. Outside looking at it, you're like, oh my God, I'm telling you, it's worth it. Vacations, you're not even gonna think about. You're gonna be in some town in Texas, and it's gonna be, the kids gonna ball out, you're in some hotel, outside, you're going, oh, this is terrible. It's not bad, yeah, not bad. So, God, not bad. Gotta get my kids tennis kid right now. All right. What else you got, Jen? All right. My true class. You mean the shirt I'm wearing right now or the underwear? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm always in true classic. Why not? Look at the way this blue pops in my eyes. By the way, just look at the quality. It just lasts. I've watched it, I don't know, 100 times. Still know the strong of the best, man. They're the absolute best. For essentials. If you're going on date night, you're on a barbecue, kids' baseball game, they have the best tees. You see people wearing a white tee, it's true classic. We've been with them before they were the cool kids, and now they can get it. Or you can just head on over to .com/fighter,
Yo. What's going on, son? How you living? What's good, Codename? Codename, can you hear me? Codename, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Yo, dog. Codename. Can you hear me? Codename. Yo, Codename. Can you hear me? You speak, son? Codename G. Yo, it's Code G. Spotify, Codename G. Can you hear me, dog?
multiple energy. Five today, and I think it's because we know this, which is why I'm about to break out Magic Mike Max in the max. Like one of the Steps and you look at that caffeine with this smooth it's disgusting. So there was she got him on camera. And just look at him looking face in ears. Yeah, we gotta if he's just listening to blame. Yeah. But you know what? The blade monk is better ears. The blade monk is better ears. Yeah. Yeah, he needs to he's got a fetish. He's got a fetish. That is, he likes to sniff ass. Now, is that like, what's going to be the chart? That's why it's so tricky to charge, because he doesn't touch it. Oh, look at him turning. Well, listen, the shows are a little, all he's doing.
Except I ended up being stalked and violated the other day. So I get to Barnes & Noble and get my Starbucks. I'm super excited to look at books, but this is the area that it started. I was in this corner for a while and I noticed the guy was staring at me through that little hole. And I couldn't tell if I was being paranoid or if he was just reading a book.
I was trying to smell that pooper.
Anyways, it felt like anywhere I moved, he kept but then you notice that he
I don't even know if that's a crime. I actually don't know. You can get charged.
was so freaking close to me. So I just danced
Yeah, I'm sure the book nerd's going to fucking say so. Yeah. He's like,
to other people. And as I was telling her, he was leaving. And so all she said that she could do was just tell the manager.
yeah, she
I went around the booth and didn't want to run into him.
You know what's great? On Patreon, we can air all the videos. No issues. Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's the same videos. Yeah. But I wonder why, if you can get arrested for that, I guess you can get arrested for lewd conduct or something. Dude, this is like Burbank. One count of loitering with intent to commit a crime. So it's lewd. Now, do you think he's looking for like the skiest bully? Like, what is he like? I would imagine he's looking for somebody who doesn't. Yeah, he's qualified. I was doing a play one time, and this guy was. Sex offender. Oh, he is? Yeah. Oh, okay. So, having been busted for similar incidents, open parole. Well, he's a. For that guy. Now he's like a little. The problem is people like this who start out as peeping toms. Well, also with those ears, they're fun for those ears. He's got that tat eye. That's a disaster. Yeah, there's some weird shit going on there. Oh, this I thought was fake, but apparently it's not. So this is that little kid. We grew up with music back in the day. Yeah, well, you and I did. Yeah. Well, those are plans. Can I see what Lil Kim looked like before this? Yes, but let's look at these these are glasses ain't helping me. So check this out. She's definitely little. There's all kinds of stuff. There's fuzz there. That was what she looked like. That girl's high. Yeah. She's also little too. That's David East, the rapper. Handsome dude. Who's that guy? David East. David East. So it looks like she looks just. Looks like Madonna. Madonna had been pushed. She's pretty pretty. It's fucking Hollywood shit. He just gets girls to go, I gotta do this, now I'm gonna do this. Damn, dude, she was cute. That's her. Yeah, quotes. I don't know what to say about it. Seven deadly sins. I mean, you can be like, oh, I look good God. But you don't, you're always looking at yourself in the mirror. It's like the big face. You don't know you look like a skeleton because it's just a gradual erosion. And then you look at yourself and you're like, oh, like yourself. What are you doing? Wake up one morning like, yeah, shit. Yeah. There's no going, but yes. What's this? Is your boy? I guess he does this like, he does every year. Yeah. He's just so much. He's a much better person than we are. Yeah, how about that? Yeah. That's why he did this. This is Lizzo talking about her weight loss, which showing her body on. That's right on the left, like 2 years ago. Just saying. That's her currently. Apparently 3 cops were injured. Some kind of cops are injured, and then plus he was resisting, so that's 4 felons. I would still rather be 100%. I just don't like it says your girls don't. Chinese house. Which if you're giving that back, yeah, your girls will be okay. Alright. Apparently Snoop Dogg took his grandson to the movies, so well, he's scared to take his Rabbbi. Wow. So this is right stupid. Because I took my grandson to see Buzz Lightyear. What are you doing? See, what are you doing? I know that my kid watched it. We're watching it, and she had a baby with a woman. My grandson, in the middle of the movie, was like, Papa,
This is fucking wild. I just saw that. Now deceased son, step-by-step instructions how to take his own life. Of Adam said how they 100% believe their son would still be alive if it weren't for ChatGPT. They're accusing the bot of positioning itself as the only confident who understood Adam accurately display life relationships with family, friends, and loved ones. Yeah. That gives them step-by-step. Show me more of this shit. Yeah, I didn't see this thing coming. Oh yeah, that's how this game goes. Yeah, it'll agree with you on everything. Especially if you want that to happen. Yes, it's going to encourage you. Okay. This is someone jumping off this humongous crane. This point. Survive that. Just land properly. How can you land right? Yeah, this sounds crazy. He hit that so hard. Yeah, he said try to make a bigger splash than doesn't give a fuck. Give me the fucking Dodgers. I don't give a shit. I didn't tune in. This isn't TMZ. All I know it's gonna be more annoying for me watching the NFL now. No, that fucking relationship. Will Smith is a crazy 80s players behind you. That's actually no, let me tell you. It's so bad. Well, it's absolutely sure about that. Using an AI to the crowd has been using it. You look at the crowd, they're all pixelated and fucked up. So let's watch the whole thing. I'll edit this, but here's the full thing first. Look at this guy's face. What are you be fucking fired? Yeah, America. Guys, if you will, why are you doing this? Also, they misspell a bunch of shit. The girl's arms. You had like this thing. Oh, this is your comeback thing too. It's like, never. Well, he just needs to buy his behind you. Or just he needs to just relax. He needs to also go, hey, you don't need to do all this. You did a great job. You made it. I don't know what, you're Will Smith. It's weird. You need to be loved more and more. It's like, tell me how great wife this is. I'll still do Fire the Kid Shop Show, but I would. It was cool. It says, is this the best race win victory celebration ever? It's fucking up. That was good. Very good. A lot of trust in that car. All right, what else you got? Last one. This girl, after 200 days, received her heart transplant. And this is her calling her dad. I'm not sure why her dad's not there, but. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. Like tonight? Like tomorrow? Oh my goodness, Ava. Oh my gosh. Oh, kiddo. Okay. What time tomorrow? Yes, we can talk about it, but we're very excited. Oh my gosh. Okay. So it was successful, and yeah, she's able to walk out for her. She has a little baby. She had surgery. It's just look at her smile. That's incredible. Yeah. Well, there it is. There it is. What you have? North Carolina, good nights. Friday, time to get that on the website. I do, and I should. And I need to call my tickets. What's your site too, bro? Yes. So my city. So really, make it people get tickets. That's great. That's wow. Go see Brian. Wow. Go see Brian. Shit, by the time this comes out, this is MTRX's final edition with over $50,000 where it gets $10,000 in cash as well. Got new merch on there. It is the last freaking day, so head on over to drivefastallgas.com. Anything by automatically and shocks, collab, Kimmy tag, so head on over to Methane Blue, all sorts of stuff. Head on over there right now. You have 1 day, 14 hours left. As we're doing this pod, but when this comes out, today is the last day. So head on over for me, drivefastallgas.com. Love you guys. Thanks for all the support. It's official. We're launching the Patreon next week. Get you some Patreon ad-free bonus content, extended episodes. We're gonna make it fun. Starting next week, we're running that bad gym. Get you some. All right, kids. We love you guys. Thanks for watching. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
This is a word.
Happens is you go to a seminar and then you do like a semi warm up. That's the warm up. 10 minutes warm up. Yeah. Jump squat. 20 minutes warm up. Now I'm getting weaker. Yeah. I did that, and then so I'm a little sore, and so yeah. And I'm fairly flexible, so I at least at this age, I don't have those kind of pains. What age do you think you're going to stop? I'm glad you asked me because I'm going to weigh so well tomorrow at noon, and we're going to go ahead and test my levels. But it won't matter because it's called age. You know, there's some stuff you need to combat it. There is, but fall or sprinting or all those like full jiu-jitsu, it's just no. I was on a road yesterday. Me and Tony Hedgewood were playing around. Tony's got a crazy grip. He can, something about it, he's got gorilla grip. He can grip that thing. Did 151. I got 110. I'm like, what the fuck? Because Tony doesn't work out a lot. He's just like, like that. He's just 110. He's got crazy. I did. He got 151. It's more than Rogan. just strong. We're like, what the fuck is with Tony and his strong hands?
Isn't that his strong hand?
Oh my god. And I wrestle. I will wrestle right now. And Ruben just looked at me and goes, hey, you'll get injured. And he doesn't do jiu-jitsu anymore. We're in an age where you cannot just grab your friend in a green room and start wrestling because something's gonna pop all the time. I have a joke. If I have to fight for my life on the street, I better be very warm and even then, I probably, I tell you, a gasket, and the gaskets are hanging off.
No, my thing is that I'm learning is I just can't get out of third gear. I haven't stayed third gear.
And then if you
Was it fifth?
and from a quad,
Yep. The internals.
Yo, what up?
funny.
It's not Fort's internals anymore.
No,
I'm dealing with soccer too.
that's right. And you've really kept yourself injury free for the most part. But I'll tell you, it becomes stupid.
Most injury, yeah, I get stupid.
All of us, it's like, oh, my ego. Let me see if I can. What? No,
My boys may well just go.
Yeah.
And then boom.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm on all sorts of peptides and everything, but it's no matter.
Injury in week one. Better just during. That would be wonderful. Right, we're on the clock. So then after that, I talked to I had to take a quiz. I think the best opportunity for us is to take Debo Samuel next. Is he the number one receiver? No. All right, we're going with Debo Samuel. Let's get like 13.1. Week. Fuck. I didn't mean to add this guy to the queue. Myers. Yeah, but I already I already got somebody from the Raiders. Yeah, I'm not too happy. I gotta take a whip.
Survivors of Jews. You can see in this map here that the sages from Yavne, which is sort of on the lower left there, they've all spread out, primarily to the north, where the majority of the Jewish population is after Bar Kokhba, and also in the south as well. The two institutions that they will ultimately coalesce around that continue to function after extent of its authority, exactly how it related to the Roman government elements of this relationship in the figure of one of the greatest rabbis in Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, Rabbi Judah, the princess is sometimes related. Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi was the prime figure organizing the codification of the Mishnah, which up until this point, as we mentioned, has been an oral document that has been transmitted by the Hanassi. He organized it into its actual written form, which we have in this day. This happens 200, perhaps 220 of the really the line that separates the Tanakh from the Torah. After the Mishnah is completed in writing, its primary forms will be known as the Torah, and the documents that are known as the Talmud. One of them was produced in Israel, actually primarily in the northern region, to a certain degree on the coast, although it is called the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem Talmud. There is a Talmud a Talmud created first in Israel, and then a later one, a much larger one in Babylonia, which is the subject of the next two lectures. One of the challenges of studying this period is that we are essentially locked into rabbinic documents. To a certain degree, we have some Roman documents, we have some church historians, but most of our reading is historical. The rabbis are primarily not interested in history. They want to tell us about law, about religion, faith, philosophy.
So anyways, y'all come out here for Karen. She'll be up here in the front, okay?
What's your passion? Which is the order of the world, one of the earliest technologies. By the rabbis who also helped to do that.
I don't have anything on you. I'm literally scooting.
Kind of like on this date, this about really
I tried calling their supervisor. I have a bike condition, and they told me I couldn't keep my scooter back.
primarily personal
All that junk that they have back there, they're not offering for a scooter. The city's not safe. I don't know if you know that. Sunday, a car was slowed across the street at the Round Plaza, where you guys are supposed to be taking.
is that well, it's
Came
hard
out
to
of the
generalize.
for what reason?
One of them is
They
another.
don't have to have reason. No, they don't have to have reason to kick me out of work.
Well, it seems that Jews were not hesitant to use non-Jewish books. Which
He said he thought his book stolen. It's a tow truck.
Judaism, and she makes several trips to Jerusalem. Is known for her tremendous generosity. She just goes out of charity, and she chooses to be very in Israel with this magnificent book. For a long time, you can explain this museum. So it's not that a woman like Helena would support the Judaism. It's just a sense of how, even during these very difficult times, the first century and onward, Judaism is still quite appealing to the outside population. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. Let's go on in the next lecture to look at the development of the Babylonian century. Thank you very much for listening. So continuing our discussion of the transition of the Tanaim to the Amoraim, from a period immediately the disaster to the revolt against Rome, and culminating in the patriarch of Israel, and ultimately the composition of the. Let us now transition to Babylonia, which will become the center of the Jewish world within a very short order. After the year 219, which is Rav, lives in the region. By the way, I heard a particular person, Rav, that particular rabbi, is century, but rely very heavily on that to understand. But what we can say with confidence is that Babylonia becomes an important center in the centuries that follow his arrival in the region. So let's just do a little bit of background and political reality. The period that represents the golden age of the development is Empire falls to the Sasanian Empire. That's in Europe. Again, we know very much about the region before 19 in particular. That's when we begin to have documentation from the Talmud itself, but also the Gaonic like Rothschild, who wrote really the first Talmudic history to describe what was going on in the region at the time. It's a period of Zoroastrian resurgence, especially during the real short of activity, that they have a widespread settlement in one concentrated area, particularly on the banks of the Euphrates and the Tigris River, and they're able to engage in tremendous internal creativity. And it will remain this way until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, and then things are going to shift, just like we saw shifting from the Tanaim. We have a then we begin to have a different kind of intellectual. At any rate, what we're looking at today is the first couple of periods of the Sasanian Empire began in the early 3rd century. Here's a map that shows where the Jews were settled. On the right-hand side, you can see the larger scale. The first key was the House of from Decca, which is the Tigris, and in the west down into the southeast into the Persian Gulf. And there's a region at the base of those rivers where they come together that's overstates it. The way it looks like solid. You're going on the other side, you're in big trouble. Not necessarily the case, but at least that's Babylonia. And what I think is especially fascinating about this map is that if you look at the scale, you can see that in kilometers and miles is something like 30 miles. Like conceivably, you can walk along the riverbank all the way from Sura to Cupertino in one long day. Certainly, you can stop at lunch, maybe stay the night and have lunch there the next day. It's amazing how we're talking about places that have such the Baba. He ended up establishing the yeshiva of his colleague Shmuel, went to and later the yeshiva moved to Kumbedita. That's how we have these main institutions. There are many, many clearly yeshiva established. A lot more to say about what exactly it was Shiva. Pull them backwards in time. See what it must have looked like that. Not much at all. It was sort of like disciple circles or things like that. But we do know there were three kind of institutional settings, especially in the next short video, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what Talmud is and what the rabbis in these yeshivot are doing. But we should understand that we are to a certain degree hindered by the fact that almost all the information we have about Jewish life in Babylonia at this time is from the rabbis. And the rabbis, by and large, are not really interested in giving us extraneous information we might like as historians. Give us a lot of description about law, religion, philosophy, things like that, but not necessarily when scholars need to discover a little bit of little first it has magic that somehow
Yo, fuck you, Hurricane Nate, first and foremost. You making me do this shit, motherfucker. I had to throw it by the motherfucking room because I was fucking. Fuck you for taking Cooper Cup and Stefan Diggs. That's exactly who I wanted. You douche. Now do I have to take Jacoby Myers? That's two fucking players from the Raiders. I could take Ray Rice, but he's going to be out for a long time. What about Matthew Golden? He's a rookie. Jordan Addison suspended. Yeah, Jacoby Myers should be good. Oh, I didn't do it on camera. Oh, dude, and I fucking missed it. Okay, here we go. All right. Dude, fuck you, Hurricane Nate. So what do you think of your squad? Maybe the best team I've ever assembled. Right, so who's taking next? It's a long time till we draft again. So, dude, I think that one of these guys got fucked. Oh, Red File got fucked. Got two tight ends. Why would you take two tight ends so early? You can suck. Probably be better than that. All right. Who are you taking next? It's a long time till we fucking draft again. Dude, there are a lot of people. A lot of picks still, kids. All right, there you go. Just fine. Go fuck yourself. Yo, fuck you, Hurricane Nate, first and foremost. Yo, fuck you, Hurricane Nate, first and foremost. Motherfucker, I should throw it by the fuck you for taking Cooper Cup. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I